All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Mr. Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number case CBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Hrstinki. Thank you, Your Honors.
We just have a few things before we start this morning. First of all, I want to remind everyone that on Monday, July 1st, we will be starting at 10 a.m. rather than the usual 9. The rest of the schedule will be exactly the same, though. This morning, we're going to continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04474. One thing before we begin, as to 447, who's tomorrow? What's the number?
W4445.
4445. I know we got a notice that we could be notified by 2. That's not good enough. They have to get somebody on a plane to be there for interview for the process. We have to know no later than the 11 o'clock break. So somebody please make the decision, because we have to know. There just isn't any other excuse.
We heard, Your Honor.
Okay. Right. And I believe everybody else, is everybody else ready to go? Any issues? All right. So, Madam Court Usher, please call the witness in. Good morning, Mr. Fundai. Can you hear me all right?
Good morning, Your Honor. And yes, I can hear you very well.
Today we're going to continue your testimony. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. So we are ready to continue with the questions. Judge Mitro still has some questions for you, and then some other people will have questions as well. Yes? Did you have a question?
Po zoti
Yes, Your Honor. Yesterday afternoon, I saw the recordings that were presented by the court. I saw them attentively, and in particular, the interview by the judge. So that's what made me think that I should ask for a lawyer. I need the support, legal support, because I am thinking that I have been misused.
Have you attempted to get a lawyer on your own?
io un po'
No, I have not, but I'm asking that of the court, of you, to provide for the help, with the help of a lawyer.
We will have to take a short break and discuss this.
All rise. All rise.
You can be seated. What I began to say is the only reason I'm in here is to adjourn again. We are seeing to it that the witness can meet with WIPSO and the registry's office, and then we'll get a report back, and we'll go decide on how to go further with, based on what his particular concern is. So we will adjourn until 10 o'clock. We've been told that should be enough time to find out at least what the plan should be. So we'll have you back here at 10 o'clock, and we'll be adjourned until that time.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in. Mr. Fondai, we understand you have had some discussion with the registry's office and you have expressed what your concerns were, and we understand them. I will try to answer your concerns somewhat. The reason that we have for calling for an attorney for a witness is this: if the witness has a reasonable grounds for fearing that he might incriminate himself, in other words, might be pointing to himself as a perpetrator of a crime. That has not happened in this case. No one has claimed anything about you other than that you're an honorable person. No one has claimed that you committed a crime, nor have you answered a question that in any way would suggest that you committed a crime. You also expressed a concern as to whether or not the judges can ask you questions in our court, and under our rules, judges may ask a witness any question at any time during the proceedings. So you are only here to tell the truth, to answer the questions that you're given, do the best that you can. We understand that it is a stressful situation, and we appreciate you being here and doing your best. But we will continue, and there will be more questions. Hopefully we will be finished soon, though, and you can get on your way. But your request for an attorney at this point has to be denied. Do you understand?
Po,
Yes, I do. I do, Your Honor.
Answering the questions given to you in your meeting with the registry, they appreciated that. So we will continue now at this time. Judge Mitro? Judge Mitro will finish his questions.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good morning, Mr. Fondai.
mirëmëngjesi.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Indeed, I have only a few more questions for you, and I'd be grateful if you could answer those as candidly and as briefly as you did yesterday. The first thing I would like to look at with you is Exhibit P1106, and I'll explain to you why. Thank you. Could the Albanian version be scrolled down a little bit for the witness, please? Thank you. Mr. Fonda, do you remember that I showed you this document yesterday?
Po,
Yes, I do. I saw this yesterday.
And it was brought to our attention by counsel for Mr. Thaçi that there's a translation issue with the English version, and we've had it checked, and we will ask in a second to have it formally verified. But can you read the sentence that starts with the words, therefore the prosecution is requested. Can you please read it aloud in Albanian so that it can be translated to us?
Nga ajo
Therefore, the prosecution is requested to order the execution of investigations with regard to this criminal case.
And thank you, Mr. Micetic, for bringing that to our attention. Would you agree, sir, that this suggests that Mr. Lima, the author of this request, is asking the prosecution to order an investigation? Do you
Your
agree?
Honour, once again, I rise to object to the question because the question is put. This suggests that Mr. Limai, the author of this request, that misstates the evidence. You have a typed document, somebody has typed the name Fatmir Limai, that is all.
Well, Mr. Fonda, I'll put it that way. Taking the document for what it says, do you agree that the purported author of this document, Mr. Limai, on this document, is requesting an investigation from the prosecution? Do you agree that's what the document suggests?
zoti kryes
Your Honour, I would kindly ask that I am spared of these matters because, first of all, this document, as far as I am concerned, is not valid and it does not carry the signature of the person mentioned. So, as far as I am concerned, this is a circumspect document.
Simply asking you whether that's what the document suggests. Yes or no?
nuk
I do not wish and cannot state any matters in relation to this because I do not know what the legal basis is and I do not know the particular rules of procedure or regulation, which I have never had, and I do not know whether it is written in line with that.
Very well. Then I'll ask you something else. Would it be right to suggest that in late or mid-September and October, the Pastrik zone was going through a process of reorganization? Do you agree with that?
po
Yes, I do.
I'm going to suggest a few factors that might have had a part in this process of reorganization, and I'll ask you whether, in your view, they are indeed what triggered this reorganization, and if you think of other factors. I have four, and I'm going to list them to you and ask you to comment on that. The first one is, of course, one that you mentioned, which is the Serbian or Yugoslav offensive in the area. The second, which again you've mentioned, is the fact that a number of KLA members had to retreat, some of them to Albania. The third one is the fact that certain officers of the KLA, including Ismet Yashari Kumanova, were killed during the summer. And finally, in mid-October of 1998, there was the Holbrooke and Milosevic agreement that was signed and effectively froze the situation on the ground. Do you agree that these are the principal, or would you agree that these were the principal factors that triggered the restructuring of the Pastrik zone at the time?
në princip po
I would say yes in principle, but perhaps we need to add another element which is also important. And it is about the loss of life, civilians, and the total destruction of goods of the civilian population in the Suhareka commune.
And just on the loss of life, is it correct that Ismet Yashari was killed on or about the 25th of August of 1998? Would that be correct?
Mundët me qenë saktë.
It could be correct.
And at the time he was deputy commander of the 121 Brigade, right?
Po,
Yes.
Tell me if that's a correct understanding. He was replaced in that position, deputy of the 121 Brigade, by Haji Shala. Is that right?
nuk I di dhe.
I do not know the details. I do not know the details of 121 Brigade.
Haji Shala is a nephew of Fatmi Alimai. Do you know that?
Nuk e di.
No, I do not know.
Position Haji Shala had before he became deputy commander of the 121 Brigade?
Haji Shalën për herë të pare
I have first seen Haji Shala, or rather we met, in November when we reported in the meetings that we had with the operational directorate of the General Staff with Sali Veseli. But what functions or positions he held before that and how he came to be in charge of the command, if at all, I do not know.
Can we please see exhibit P1332, please? We've already seen this document, sir. You will recognize it. It's one of yours. I just have two short follow-up on these. Do you recognize the document, sir?
Zoti Gjykatës,
Your Honor, the document is indeed written by me, but the source was not taken by me. In the prosecution, this document arrived by other means. It didn't come from me. Nonetheless, the document is mine.
Follow-up questions on what you've been asked about that document yesterday. And again, if you know, you know. If you don't know, of course, say so. The first thing is whether you recall receiving a response to that request you made. So from the document, it suggests that you sent it, I believe it was on the 10th of November. Do you recall receiving a response to your request?
nuk e di.
I do not know.
Rini did?
Nuk e di.
I do not know.
Is the person who's mentioned on that document, the person who came asking for a vehicle, his name is Uk Gegai, and I think you indicated yesterday that you understood him to be a member of the military police. Is that right?
E saktë.
Yes, it is right.
Would it be correct that he was, in fact, the squad commander of the first squad of the 121 Brigade, military police? Do you know that?
Sipas njohurive të mia,
To my knowledge, he was the commander of military police in the 121st Brigade.
And just as a matter of clarification on that, do you know the village of Belanica or Belanice? Do you know that village?
po, and
Yes, I do.
Suareka, correct?
gjendet
It is in northeast of Suarec.
If you need to see the map that you drew up for us yesterday, I'll put it on the screen for you again. But am I right to understand that Belanice would have come within the area of responsibility of the 121 Brigade? Is that correct?
po
Yes, but if I might add one thing, I said in northeast, but actually it's northwest. Sorry.
I have one last set of questions for you here. Yesterday, I understood you to say, and again, correct me if that's a misunderstanding, but that you indicated that the zones or the brigades within the zones could seek, when necessary, professional advice, that's the term I think that was used in English, from the general staff or members of the general staff. Did I understand that correctly?
kërkoj edhe një herë të më jepet
If you could repeat the question, please, I didn't quite understand it.
Read what you said yesterday, maybe that will help you, but you are recorded in English as saying, I also said, you're talking about Drini Ekrem Reja, and you said, I also said that he was in a position to communicate about matters with the general staff as well, because the general staff could also give professional advice. Do you recall saying that?
jam aq konfuz sa më
I am so confused now that I swear I do not know whether I have said this or not.
The question differently then. Were you at zone level or at brigade level permitted or able, when necessary, to seek professional advice from the general staff on logistical matters, on finance, on operational issues?
po sigurisht që po.
Yes, of course.
Would you do that, or would it be done generally in writing, or would it be done orally, or would it be done in both manners?
Nuk jam detaje se kur
But these are not the details because I've never requested this either orally or in writing.
Would, for example, Drini seek that sort of assistance, to your knowledge?
nuk e di.
I do not know.
Thank you. Those were my questions.
All right, Judge Gaynor will have some questions for you as well. Judge Gaynor.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good morning, witness.
Mirëmëngjesi, zot.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Evidence, first of all, about reporting structures in the military police, both before and after the zone command was established. First of all, could you clarify when the Pastric zone command was established?
Zona komand
The command of the Pastric zone was established at the beginning of December 1998, whereas its commander arrived after the 14th of December in his position as commander, that is Ekrem Reja. When he arrived at the helm, the command structure of the zone was simply put together.
Before the zone command was established, I want you to explain to us very simply what the reporting line was for military police within the brigade did they report first to the military police brigade commander, or who did they initially report to?
Gjithë e cili
Assistant commanders at the brigade level reported to the commander of the brigade. So I meant in particular at the time when I was commander myself, so up until December 1998.
Now, when you said the commander of the brigade, are you referring to the brigade commander, which is yourself, or the military police commander within the brigade command?
komandanti I policisë ushtarake
The military police commander received his duties and were given responsibilities by the brigade commander he worked in. So in this case, it is about the 123rd Brigade, and for as long as I was there as brigade commander, the military police commander received their duties and reported to me about what was done.
And who did you report to in respect of information that you received from the military police within Brigade 123?
unë për çështje të caktuara
For certain matters, if there was a need at all, I would communicate with the General Staff, the Operational Directorate. And as was mentioned, there were a couple of meetings which were chaired by Sally Vaseli.
Would you typically report to Sally Vaseli in respect of information you received from military police within Brigade 123?
Nuk kom pas specifik
There weren't any such particular details for which there was a need for me to report on.
If the General Staff wished to issue an order to military police units within Brigade 123, how would the order be transmitted down from the General Staff to those units?
çdo herë po flas për fazën
And I can only refer to my time as brigade commander, so the order should have been received by me, and then I would transmit it down to the military police. But we never had such cases, neither the need to do so. But should that have been the case, this should have been the way it should have gone through.
Reporting matters to Sally Vaseli, how did you report them? Using what method of communication?
kemi pas takime
We had meetings, weekly meetings,
kemi
and it was during those meetings that we reported and we would inform in relation to any problems or concerns we had at brigade level. And particularly in this case, whether the military police was mentioned or not, I don't think so. I think it was not the case.
I want to move now to the period after the Pashtric Zone Command was established. Could you explain to us what the reporting line was from military police units within the brigades up to the General Staff? What were the steps in that reporting line?
po ka pas një ndryshim
There was a change, and for which we, some in the military, have given our remarks, and we believe that the communication should be what was the case before December. But exactly what it was, when it was, I do not know, because I was not dealing with these specific issues.
I think in your, this is P1327.6, page 17, in your interview with the SPO, you were discussing Halil Chadraku, and the question was he the head of ZKZ of OZ Pastrik? Answer, yes. Question, to whom did he report in a military structure? Answer, normally he had to report to Ekrem Recha, but the truth is that he had contacts within the general staff with Kadri Vaseli. So here we're talking about the ZKZ, not the military police, but could you clarify whether after the Pastrik Zone Command was established, were the military police expected to report in the first instance to the brigade commander and subsequently to the Pastrik Zone Commander? Was that the position?
Your Honor, I do not know. To be honest, I do not remember accurately all of these actions. I could just confuse the court instead. So I would kindly ask to be spared of these answers.
Let me put it this way. When you were the Chief of Staff of the Pastrik Zone Command, you were the third highest person within the Pastrik Zone Command. Is that right?
Oh,
Yes.
Did you understand that one of the Zone Command's jobs was to receive information from the military police and to pass it up to the general staff?
but there is a kamshan ne.
Whilst I was there in the zone, in the majority of meetings that we had at the Pastrik Zone Command level, the commander of the military unit was also called to be there, and he was present during the meetings. But as far as I know, he reported regularly and received his duties from Ekrem Reja, the commander, and sometimes for organizational purposes also from me as Chief of Staff.
In that answer, the commander of the military unit. Did you mean to say the commander of the military police unit?
Commandanti
The commander of the military police company at the zone level. There's zones, there was a company of the military police.
Very well. Now, I want to turn back to the ZKZ, and I want to focus once again on the period before the zone command was established. Could you explain very simply what the reporting line was for ZKZ units within the brigade up to the general staff? What was that reporting line?
Both receiving tasks and reporting went through the brigade commander.
Now, did you within your brigade command have a ZKZ commander?
Oh,
Yes. His duty was assistant commander or deputy commander for specific matters, in this case for intelligence and counterintelligence. And obviously he supported and assisted the commander in relation to specifics related to the intelligence and counterintelligence activities.
He received intelligence or counterintelligence information of a significant nature, how would you ensure that that was transmitted to the general staff?
Referimi ose
The reporting or transmission of the information went through the brigade commander. And perhaps the document that was in your hands regarding the reporting about the positions of the Serbian forces in the municipality of Suareka is precisely related to the issue we are discussing. So it explains clearly that this reporting was done by me and not directly by the person who reported to me the information or intelligence about the forces. So the assistant commander, the commander for intelligence and counterintelligence would report to me, based on which I prepared a report and passed it on to the operational directorate of the general staff.
If we can look at the flow of information in the other direction, if ZKZ at the general staff level wanted to transmit an order to ZKZ units within Brigade 123, how would they do so?
nuk e di.
I don't know.
What was your understanding of the command structure for the ZKZ?
Po gjatë dëshmisë
During my evidence yesterday and the day before, I mentioned that the brigade commander received instructions, orders from the chief of staff of the general staff until the zones were set up, after which the brigade commanders received their orders from the zone commanders of the operational zone, and not from any other structures for intelligence and counterintelligence or any other structures. The communication went always through the commander.
Moving now to the period after the Pastrik Zone Command was established, I want to just clarify the reporting of information from ZKZ units within the brigades up to the general staff. Are you saying that it went from the brigade commander to the commander of the Pastrik OZ, who would then report to the general staff?
Komandant
The brigade commanders reported to the operational directorate of the operational zone, in this case to the chief of staff. The chief of staff would collect the data and then report to the zone commander, who would then in turn continue further in the direction of the general staff. The brigade commanders did not contact directly the zone commander, but the chief of staff at the zone level. So they communicated with me and sometimes with the deputy commander of the operational zone. Then a report would be drafted as a result of those meetings. It would be reported to Ekrem Reja, Commander Durini, and if there were specific things, he would report to the general staff, but this would not be done by me or the deputy commander.
Thank you. I just want you to clarify one other issue, and that concerns the General Staff Special Battalion. At the start of your evidence, you marked on a couple of maps the location of the General Staff Special Battalion. And you said, quote, "It was operating in Lanishte, stationed in Lanishte, close quote. Do you remember saying that?
Lanisht Grechevs.
Lanisht and Grechevs. The command was in Lanisht.
Could you describe more fully the mandate of that unit and why it was named the General Staff Special Battalion?
Realisht cilat kanë qenë detyra
With respect to their specific tasks and duties, I don't know them. But I am aware that it did exist. I know some of the commanders and some other aspects of it because I happened to go through that territory and communicate with the commander, Yetullah Charlie, on several occasions. As a result of this, I know certain things. He did not report on his work, nor did he receive his duties or assignments from the Pashturik operational zone. He received them directly from the General Staff. This is the reason why I'm referring to it as a special battalion or a special unit that was connected directly to the command of the General Staff.
General Staff was issuing commands to that commander.
nuk muj me
I am not able to say who, but if we follow the same principles, it would be the same as for the brigades. They would, who had a direct line of communication with the General Staff, should have been the same for the battalion. The zones initially reported to the General Staff, and similarly the battalion acted in the same manner, despite the fact that the military formation was only a battalion, so in other words, it functioned as an independent unit.
General Staff Special Battalion, was it a military police unit?
jo.
No,
It was a unit of soldiers, was it?
Po ka pas një
yes, it had a considerable number of soldiers, but no policemen.
Roughly how many soldiers it had?
duhet në sjell numri I ushtarëve pras
Around 300, 350 soldiers.
Was its action limited to that area of responsibility that you sketched on the map?
aq sa di unë
To my knowledge, I have said what I know about it, and that's all I know.
Any follow-up questions from the prosecution?
None, Your Honor.
Mr. Misitich, any follow-ups?
Thank you, Mr. President. Very briefly. Witness, I will be very brief. I only have a few small questions. And it just relates to one point you made yesterday, which was you were asked some questions by Judge Matreau about the criminal offense of desertion. Do you recall that?
po
Yes, I do.
Was that you were not sure that desertion was a criminal offense, correct? In the KLA.
jo ka mujt më keq kuptuar.
This might have been a misunderstanding. Desertion is a criminal offense, but I was a little bit confused yesterday and under stress while I was testifying in front of the panel.
Exactly the point I wanted to clarify. You were in the Yugoslav army And so I just wanted to put some provisions of the 1976 Yugoslav Criminal Code to you and just see if that's what you remember, and that's why you now say that it is a criminal offense. Article 217, subsection 3 of the 1976 Criminal Code, I'll just read it out to you. It says, a military person who has hidden himself in order to evade compulsory military service, or who arbitrarily abandons his unit or service and fails to return on duty within 30 days, or fails to return within the same time period from an authorized furlough from the unit or service, shall be punished by imprisonment for a term exceeding 6 months, but not exceeding 5 years. And then subsection 4 of Article 217 says, a military person who escapes abroad or remains abroad in order to evade service in the armed forces shall be punished by imprisonment for not less than 1 year. Were you familiar with those provisions as a result of your service in the Yugoslav army?
Zoti avokat, realisht është po flas në fakt.
Now, during my time in the army, I certainly knew this very well, because part of my education with the professional subjects, we also were taught about the military law. And the basis I'm using to understand and connect some aspects, legal aspects, come from that time. However, again, this is not my profession. I'm not a lawyer. I have forgotten some of them. But I knew these things very well at the time.
76 Yugoslav Code, which was in effect in 1998 and 99. It's Article 226, subsection 3, says, if you commit the offenses that I just cited to you, which includes leaving your unit or going abroad, in a state of war or imminent war danger, the offender shall be punished by imprisonment for not less than 5 years or the death penalty. Were you familiar at the time with the fact that if you abandon your unit in a time of war, under Yugoslav law, you could be subjected to the death penalty?
Po,
Yes.
The KLA at the time, would you have expected that in the KLA, desertion would be a serious criminal offense that could subject you to the harshest of penalties?
po, pak a shumë kjo.
This is more or less also what comes out of the oath text.
Thank you very much. Witness, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tich. Mr. Emerson, anything? Okay. Anything?
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing from me.
All right, Mr. Ellis?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Could we call up, please, P1105? Thank you. Witness, this is a document that I imagine you recall being shown yesterday by Judge Metro. If I can confirm again, witness, you hadn't seen this document before, had you?
Nuk e dia kum pa me.
I don't know if this was shown to me by the prosecutor, but I had not seen this document before last week.
And yesterday you confirmed in answer to my questions that you were in regular contact with Ekrem Reja So he asserted that Blum Kuchi and Nexmedin Castrati and Ekrem Reja went to the General Staff by invitation of Jakub Kuznici for consultation purposes. Do you recall giving that answer to me yesterday?
Po, kjo
Yes, this stands. And this is the reason why this a document with the title Ordinance confuses me a little bit.
Reja didn't show you any document when he passed that information on to you, did he?
Jo, nuk më ka
No, he didn't show me any documents. He only told me we were called, we received an invitation for consultations and coordination of work and actions at the Patrick operational zone level. No other issues. However, the events unfolded in such a way that Blering was detained.
You were... Now, it was put to you by His Honour Judge Metro at T110 in the provisional transcript that this document is signed by Jakub Kuznici as Deputy Commander. You hadn't seen this document before, witness, so it follows you did not see Jakub Kuznici sign this document with your own eyes, did you?
Jo.
No, I did not. I did not see the document, and because I was asked to give my interpretation on several documents, I felt bad and uncomfortable in this courtroom.
Am I understanding correctly? You felt bad because you were being asked to speculate about documents you had not seen before, correct?
Pikërisht.
Precisely.
If you bear with me for a few minutes more, we will move through this. You're not here as a handwriting expert. You can't verify that this does bear the signature of Jakub Kuznici, can you?
Zoti avokat.
Sir Counsel, thank you for asking this question. You all here are law experts and know how an expertise is conducted or performed. If I had the abilities or skills to give an answer right now, I would be the smartest person on earth. I am just an ordinary man, a teacher in the municipality of Soarega. Therefore, this is the reason why I felt.
If that's the reason you're saying this, then you need to think about it. And Mr. Ellis, you might ask the question in a different manner because you were leading him to that conclusion.
The question shortly is, you are not in a position to confirm whether this is Jakub Kuznici's signature or not, are you?
I saw the signature for the first time, but I do not know his signature. I have seen his signatures when he signed the laws because he was the chairman of the Kosovo Assembly. Now, does this signature match those signatures? I don't know.
Did say yesterday when you saw this document that it does seem to be odd because there's no protocol number on this document, and that wasn't followed up. But I just want to look at what you mean by that. When in the top left corner, this document does not have a date or a protocol number on it, does it?
Sakt.
Correct.
Document does not look complete, does it?
Më nuk është I plot.
It is not complete.
And you are not in a position to confirm if, in fact, this document was received by the Pastric Zone Command, are you?
Jo, nuk muj me
I cannot confirm this because I don't know.
Could we scroll down in the Albanian, please, so that you can see the end of the document? I see that there are initials to the bottom left of the document, witness. Would you agree with me that usually on this type of document, the initials should reflect the people who drafted and who typed the document?
Po,
Yes, that's how it is usually drafted. When I acted as a chief of staff, I always prepared the documents and brought on the right-hand side Commander Kremerica.
In January of 1999, are you aware that there was a personnel directorate in the General Staff?
nuk I di.
I don't know.
You told us yesterday that you went to Divjaka on occasions. Did you come across Mr. Adam Grabowski there?
Adem Grabovsin e kum pa,
I saw Adam Grabowski, but I don't know I can't recall the circumstances or the reasons we met.
General Staff?
po,
Yes.
Is it possible that the initials we see on this document, AG, refer to Adam Grabowski?
është e mundur.
It is possible.
And whilst you were in Divjaka, did you meet another gentleman called Ahmet Marina, who worked as an administrator there?
Nuk e di.
I don't know. I don't know anyone by the name of Ahmet Morina.
Do you know any other individuals around the General Staff in Divjaka with the initials AM?
Jo,
No. I have never really thought about this. As I stand, I am not in a position to remember anything about this at the time.
Well. Now, this document, taking it at face value, invites Drini, the commander of Brigade 123, and Blum Kuchi for a meeting. And you've told us yesterday that you weren't at that meeting, and you're not aware at all, you said, about the conversation that they had. You recall saying that yesterday?
po, kujt.
Yes, I do recall.
Nexmedin Castrati has spoken about a meeting following an invitation to Divjaka with Drini and Blum Kuchi, and I will read to you from what he said. He was speaking about the idea of further training for battalion commanders. He was asked, and this was also one of the topics that was discussed at the meeting, witness, was it? His answer was, yes, it was. Yes, because the head of Chief of Staff and the Operational Directorate, they decided that there should be a training course to train the battalion leaders throughout Kosovo. And he was asked, and there was nothing unusual about that meeting, was there, on that day? Because after discussing, after the meeting, You say you left the meeting with Bislim and Drini to help Haji Shala with the 121 Brigade defences. Do you recall that? And he answered, yes, that's true. Now, of course, you wouldn't have been aware of that before today, but it appears to be the case, doesn't it, that there was an invitation to a meeting at the General Staff, and a meeting takes place at the General Staff about matters which included training. That's what it appears, doesn't it?
I don't know, but the issue of training battalion commanders of the KLA is also reflected at a later stage. And I've mentioned in my evidence that during the month of February, such trainings were held for battalion commanders. Perhaps this conversation preceded those matters.
Wouldn't it, with your answer at 10:48 this morning, that Ekrem Raja only told you that we received an invitation for consultation and coordination of work and actions at the Pastrict operational zone level? It's consistent with that answer, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Ekrem told me we received an invitation. He didn't say ordinance. An invitation for coordination of our actions and work within the KLA.
On screen P1105, that there is nothing on the face of this document to suggest that it is connected to an arrest or a detention, is there?
No, there isn't.
Invitation to a meeting, and a meeting took place. That's as far as this takes us, isn't it?
And even if we read it as an ordinance, the meaning is the same as an invitation. There is no indication in the text that this would be followed by an arrest.
Thank you. I see the time. Is that a convenient moment to break?
Finish your questioning.
Thank you. Just so I'm not misleading Your Honours, there is a little bit to go. I would say 15 minutes.
I would just as soon you finished. Go ahead.
Thank you. Could we take that document down and move to P1106, please? And could we scroll down in the Albanian? Yes, thank you. Again, you were shown this document both yesterday and this morning by His Honour Judge Matro. It was originally put to you that this was authored by Fatmir Limay. Apart from that somebody has typed the name Fatmir Limay at the bottom of this document, you cannot confirm who wrote this document, can you?
No. This document, it doesn't accurately say that it was actually drafted by Fatmir Limay. There's no protocol number, no signature, nothing. So, as far as I'm concerned, as I said, this is a suspicious sort of document because one cannot possibly know how it came about, where it came from.
And you told us before, I think, that you drafted documents and would put the name Ekrem Raja on them. Is that right? In the course of your work?
Po disa qindra herë.
Yes, some hundreds of times.
I want you to understand clearly what this document, where this document came from, because I don't think it was explained to you. This is a document which the prosecution say was found on a computer, on a workstation, which they have then printed out for use in these proceedings. And I just want to explore that with you, witness, because you have never seen a signed copy of this document, have you?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. He can answer it this last time. Go ahead.
Realisht në këto nuk e di që e kum pa.
No, I do not know to have seen it from the prosecution. It was presented here in court, not from the prosecution.
Now, to the left of the name Fatmir Lima is a date 16th of January 1999. Now, you don't know, do you, whether this document was printed on or around the 16th of January 1999?
Po të gjitha pyetjet që po.
Well, all of the questions that are following, it seems as if you mean to say that I know something about this document when in fact I don't, because anything I say about this document would be wrong. So please do not oblige me to answer about this.
You can't confirm that this document was ever printed, signed, or communicated to anyone, can you?
Sakt.
Correct.
I'll go to the next document, please, which was P1174.
Microphone, please.
I'll go to the next document, P1174. If we could scroll down, please, in both. Thank you. Now, this is another document that you were shown yesterday afternoon, and I think we can all see again that this document is not signed, and you have not been shown a signed version of it, have you?
Që dokument që është.
Well, this document that's on the screen at the moment, we saw it here, and again about this, I do not know whether it ever existed, how or when, I cannot actually say, because it's about the same matter in essence. This document is not clear to me.
Exactly, and so your answer again would be that you cannot confirm whether this document was ever printed, signed, or communicated to anybody, can you?
Sakt.
Correct.
Authored by Fatmir Limai or not, can you?
Gjithsesi që nuk mund.
Of course I cannot confirm.
The document can come down. Now, you were asked yesterday by His Honour Judge Metro if you would have reason to dispute that Jakub Kuznici communicated the decision to arrest Blahim Kuchi to the MP or to Sokol de Brune, to the military police or Sokol de Brune. Before lunch yesterday, you confirmed in answer to my question that you do not know who arrested Blorem Kuchi or who ordered that arrest. Do you recall giving that answer yesterday?
Po,
Yes.
What?
Yes, I remember.
To Ekrem Raja, and you spoke to him many times, didn't you?
unë kam qenë i afër
I was close to him because I was chief of staff, but also at a later stage, he was the commander of the military educational center and I was his deputy. And at the time, we were there, we discussed a lot of matters with each other. So, yes, I was quite close to Ekrem.
And you confirmed yesterday that you spoke to Bislim Zarapi in detail about the Blorem Kuchi case, yes?
Po,
Yes.
To give a statement in front of Sokol de Bruna, Agron Berisha, and a note taker. That's right, isn't it?
po,
Yes.
For the last 25 years, you have never said that anyone told you that Jakub Kuznici ordered the arrest of Blorem Kuchi. You've never said that, have you?
jo që se kom thonë,
Not only have I never said it, but it really seems absurd to even think that Jakub Krasniqi would have ordered that.
Now, one moment. Now, you also discussed with Judge Metro whether there were other reasons on why Mr. Kuchi was arrested. But it's right, isn't it, that the documents that you have been shown, whatever weight they carry, the handwritten notes from the 29th of December, the indictment, the defense document, they all refer on their face to desertion, don't they?
kryesisht
Mostly, yes, with that issue.
When you were questioned by Sokol de Bruna in Divjaka, those questions were about Blorem Kuchi leaving Kosovo and going to Albania, weren't they?
po,
Yes. Even though Sokol de Bruna's questions were superficial, the insistence of Blorem Kuchi's defense was for me to speak about various issues, but otherwise it was clear that Sokol de Bruna's intention was not really to obtain my true statement, but with the insistence of counsel, I provided a statement.
Explaining in your view why Blorem Kuchi went to Albania and that sequence of events, correct?
po,
Yes. So, in other words, I explained how he traveled to Albania, his mission, his task, which was to strengthen the Kosovo Liberation Army rather than weaken it.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to a different topic now, witness. You were asked yesterday by His Honour Judge Barter on the video link about the military hierarchy, and at T
T96, line 19, you said, in our military terminology, the Chief of Staff is the person who's number 3 in the military hierarchy. Number 1 is the commander, then the deputy commander, and number 3 is the Chief of Staff. In our organisation, if there was a different structure, that would be a different matter. Do you recall giving that answer yesterday?
Yes, I do.
Basing that answer on your understanding from your military education of the way that a military hierarchy should function in principle, yes?
Of course. Because when we speak of the army, we believe that there are other state institutions, such as, for instance, the government or parliament, but back then we had neither. And that is why the Kosovo Liberation Army had other specificities which covered this domain.
Quite. And so with the specificities of the Kosovo Liberation Army, it didn't function in the way that a regular army would. That's right, isn't it?
Well, of course, the operational part did, but there were other additional bodies, such as, for instance, the political directorate, which actually had an extraordinary function, or any other resources that were used. Then, of course, the reason was to make up for and cover for those elements that another state institution should cover, which we, of course, did not have back then.
And you went on to say, in answer again to a follow-up question from Judge Barter at T97, line 7, I don't know the exact way they conducted their work. And that's right, isn't it? You were not a member of the General Staff, and you cannot say exactly how the hierarchy functioned within the General Staff.
And apologies, Your Honor, that question is about 2 specific people, and that was phrased as a general question. We'd ask that the question be provided with context.
Well, may I simply put the question then?
Yes, you may put the question, but you only have about 1 minute left.
I'll put it quickly. You were not a member of the General Staff, and you do not know how their internal hierarchy worked, do you?
Sagt.
Correct.
I'm told the transcript has stopped, Your Honour.
All our transcripts are stopped.
Your Honour, I don't know if it saves time at this point, but I think I am in fact finished. So thank you. And thank you, witness, for bearing with me.
Thank you.
While we're waiting, I'll ask the prosecution for the answer to the next witness, or the witness that is, I'm talking to, just. I know, I don't want it on the record. Go ahead and sit down.
The short answer is no, Your Honor, we're not in a position to call that witness.
All right.
Your Honour, if I could just to indicate, we'll file our submissions in writing in relation to that witness now that we know that they're not coming tomorrow. Just to inform you, and then we'll do that hopefully by tomorrow.
Thank you very much. I'll make a record here in the old-fashioned way, just using the court reporter. It's much simpler. Witness, we are finished with your testimony. You will be released now, and you have no further obligation to the court. We thank you for your attendance. We thank you for being with us for the last 3 days and for your candor in answering our questions. We wish you well in the future.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I wish you all the best.
All rise.
Be seated. So I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Your Honour. Perhaps before we begin with this witness, if I could address Your Honour briefly in private session, please.
Please into private session.
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Thank you. Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
Good.
Yes, I do.
Your testimony, I note we received your request to be provided with pen and paper for your testimony so that you can note down the questions during your testimony. The panel agrees to this request subject to certain conditions. First, your note-taking should not detract from your testimony or distract you when answering questions. You may not read from your notes during your questioning. You may just make reference to them prior to your question or after. The panel will monitor this, and if your note-taking interferes with the testimony, I will ask that it be removed. Second, the paper and pen must remain in the courtroom after your testimony. Third, when you have finished your testimony, CMU, our court management unit, will be instructed to destroy your notes. Do you understand all of those conditions? And do you accept those conditions?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Thank you very much.
Stand. Yeah. If you will please stand up. Okay, the court usher will now provide you with the text of a solemn declaration, which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141(2) of the rules. Would you like me to read it to you? You can read it.
It's not important. I can also read it, or you can read it. Witness solemn declaration as per Rule 141. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge, and I will seek the truth.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately this one day. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, and then the defense has the right to ask questions of you. Members of the panel may also ask questions of you. The panel is the judges up here. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 2 hours. The defense estimates that it will be between 2 and 2.5 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer. Go ahead. Witness.
Thank you.
Answer the questions clearly with short sentences. Most of the questions will call for a yes or no answer. If one of the attorneys or the panel needs more information, they will ask you to add that. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. Speak into the microphones and speak slowly so that the interpreters can catch up. And it is best if you would wait 5 seconds after the question is asked to allow the interpreters to finish their interpretation. During the next days, while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of this courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside this court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications means that I need to give you an instruction. So keep an eye on the bench. If we raise our hand or say stop, please stop immediately. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. We begin now with the questions from the prosecution. They're seated to your left. Please give them your attention. Mr. Potts, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning, witness. We've met before, but I'll introduce myself again. I'm James Potts, a prosecutor at the SPO, and as the judge said, I'll be asking you questions for the next 2 hours or so. And we'll start with some questions to establish your identity. And, Your Honor, in view of the witnesses in court protective measures, that would mean we'd need to move into private session, please.
Okay, my feed is stopped again. The transcript is stopped.
Mine is okay, if that matters.
Your Honours, we're in public session. All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Mr. Patch, what's your time estimate?
I could be around 15, maximum 30 more minutes, I think.
It would be very good if we could finish with this witness today, but we'll see. I won't go through the defense at this time. We haven't heard enough from this. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in. You want to continue in private session? Please take us into private session, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Anything else to come before the court today? Or this week, I guess. Looks like we have nobody for tomorrow, so we will see you Monday. Thank you all for being here. We are adjourned.
All rise.